What up, Jadu? How you doing, dog? All right, let me do the ads real quick. It won't let me do them. It's always on a timer, and it never lets me do them. Grr. Grr. All right, let me refresh. Let me do it. Let me do the ads. Damn, number 300. Did I only really have one burp yesterday? That's crazy. I'm good, just readjusting my PNG persona. Hell yeah, dude. All right, now I can run the ads. Let's go. I gotta take my pants off. It's not a stream if I'm wearing pants, dude. I don't know. It's like it's too constricted. I'll wear like sweatpants and shit, but wearing khakis. I just went to go get something to eat 'cause I'm out of groceries, and I'm waiting for my groceries to come in this afternoon. So, okay. Boba, somebody asked for a command yesterday, and I had no idea how to add it. It was the brush command. Because everybody's always asking me what brush I use, and Jadu's always the one like adding the brushes, the brush link. Do you think there's a way to add a brush command so people can just see what brushes I use? Hell yeah. Trying to get comfy right now. I'm cold. You should also add PC tablet specs into your FAQ. It's pretty bare. Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. Okay, can I do that right now? Wait, I do have my tablet specs. It says, what do you draw on? Cintiq 16. What software do you use? Clip Studio Paint. Do a jiggle? Shit. You know it, do. You know it be jiggling, dog. Oh my god, it's so cold in my apartment. I'm torn between wanting to not wear clothes and having to put on clothes. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go get a blanket. I feel like a blanket is a good middle ground between sweatpants and normal pants. Alrighty. Easy middle ground. Sit naked. I don't sit naked on furniture. I do it on if the furniture has like sheets, I'll sit naked, but I don't sit naked on like fabrics, like couches and stuff. Just for like hygiene reasons. I feel like it's just you don't want that funk, you know? But that's come through years of what brushes to add to the command? The GWA pen. That's probably the most common one I use these days. It's literally like the Japanese word GWA. Jadu has the brush link, I think. He did yesterday, anyways. On the system. I don't know how I feel about this song. It's very repetitive. I just wear very loose, baggy pants with no underwear, and it's the same thing. Like, you mean like casually when you're at home, or do you mean all the time? You just always commando? That sounds horrible. I need some sort of like tension, you know? I don't want everything flopping all over the place. I like some I like my shit to be hammocked. Not like super constricted. I'm not talking like tidy whities. My optimal pants or my optimal underwear is probably boxer briefs. So it's like it's basically boxers, but they're briefs. So it's like they're like think of like leggings, but shorts, like legging shorts, but the cock area is loose. So this whole area is like pretty loose, but the like that's ideal. That's optimal. Let them hang. Let them eat cake. I don't know. I'm not feeling these songs, dude. Let's go to the next one. Ah, I was looking at this and I was like, this feels weird. Like the shape of this building feels off perspective wise. It's because it is. What up, Crip? How you doing? I've never joined this stream at a good time. Oh my god. What do you mean? That's the best time to join. You don't like when you're I just don't like my shit flopping all over the place, dude. I don't know. Call me crazy, you know? You have your playlist on Discord by chance? Some bangers in this bitch. I don't, because it's not actually a playlist. It's literally just like I just choose a song. I had like an original like electronic playlist, but then once it runs out of music, it just plays random shit that's like adjacent to whatever's in my playlist. And so that's what you're hearing right now. I've like half of these songs I've never heard of in my life. So, damn, Crip, are you subbed and primed? Is that can is you can do both? I've never experienced the flop, so I'm just gonna take for your word for it that it's not that great. I guess to a lady, the comparison I could make, and look, I've never been a lady, okay, so take this with a grain of salt. But I guess the my assumption would be it's like running without a sports bra on. I feel like a sports bra just keeps everything sort of where it should be to a degree, if, presumably, from what ladies have told me. Okay, and I feel like boxer briefs are the middle ground. They're basically like they're like spandex with a loose dick area, which is optimal. Am I? I don't know. I got commercials last time, so I subbed. Bro, what the fuck? They give you commercials with Prime? It's fucked up, dude. I hate ads so much. I should never become affiliate. I held out for I think 6 months after I got the affiliate offer, and then eventually I was like, you know what? Fuck it. It's because I want channel emotes, but it is incredibly annoying to have to run ads constantly. I firmly disagree with him on this. The flop is brilliant, dude. You live chaotically, dude. I need some structure, okay? I'm type A. I'm not somebody who could just do things all chaotic and shit. I need some structure in my life. Pee poo. You like that? Those I think are my favorite ones. All right, today, chat. We're gonna just keep doing this. I'm gonna elevate my tablet though, so I don't fuck my shoulder up anymore. I'll admit, lady boxers are top tier for underdresses and skirts. Are they are they spandexy or are they just like loose and flowy? Because I feel like boxers. I don't like boxers. Jaddy, you strike me as a boxer man because you're a freak, dude. You like that looseness. Like boxers are too loose. Like I might as well just wear like Tarzan's loincloth. Like there's just nothing going on there for me, you know? I need some compression on the legs. But it can't be too much and they can't be too short. I don't want to go like George St. Pierre level fucking like spandex where it's like a pseudo like banana hammock, you know, just I'm not looking for the short versions. I want some length. I want some length. Some mid thigh, you know, is ideal. And then just a lot of breathing room in the junk. That's it, really. Everything else should be tight. This should all be tight. This should all be tight. But this should be loose, you know? That's where the tension should be going. Away from the penis. That's it. Was Jadu saying that's so valid? Honestly, those are the ones that have the most utility on other channels as well. That's true, they do. Indeed, I like the space. You're greedy, dude. You're greedy. You don't need all that room, okay? This is why we have housing issues. They're spandexy like gym shorts and stuff, but thinner, I guess. Okay, gotcha. Honestly, I ideally would just be naked all the time, but we live in a society. Yeah, indeed we do. Balls need support too, that's right. I actually had a buddy who had this pair of underwear. I can't remember. They were called, like, they're not called Hugs. That's like a fucking diaper brand. But they were I can't remember what they were called, but they literally had like a pocket if you looked at them internally. Like if this is a top view, okay, of like the shorts, and then you've got sort of the leg holes here or whatever. Where the pinor goes, there was a literal pocket where you could tuck your nuts into. It's I don't I, that sounds horrible. I don't want that. I feel like there'd be like somebody tugging on my nuts all day. I wear boxers to sleep, and I don't get how someone wears that something that loose under their pants. Me neither. That's another thing, right? Is when you're putting your pants on, if you're putting on like normal like pants, and you've got like boxers on, they just sort of bunch up like as you're putting them on. And I feel like fucking 90s Eminem, dude. I don't want all this shit like hanging out of my pants, you know? Is that what that's for? Well, it's not for your spare change, bro. I don't know what else it would be for. An iPod Nano, maybe? I don't know. I like the implication that my junk is so huge that it's causing a housing crisis. That's right. We're gonna campaign on banning your junk, dude. We're gonna send you back to Britain. The ones with ball hammocks, that's well, banana hammocks are different. They're basically like speedos, but for underwear, I guess. Or I guess they're kind of just like speedos. And by the way, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just sort of doing shapes right now. I should probably just block out a general building shape down here. I also think this building's like still way too big for like the little neighborhood. Like I just kind of want. I'm gonna lock myself to the grid just so I don't have to like manually track my straight lines. See, there you go. Perfect. Keep it coming. Guys, yesterday on Crip's stream, she was playing freaking Cult of the Lamb. And she made my character fight to the death, dude. Fucked up. I didn't even ask for it or anything. She just did it. You asked for it? I mean, there's no proof of that. I guess it's gonna have to be your word against mine. I don't remember. And you won. Well, yeah, that's because I'm the superior cultist, but where's the clip? Doesn't exist. Dude, buildings are so annoying. Now I gotta fix my VOD settings so Snack can't blaspheme me. I guess so, dude. I guess so. You could always go the VTuber route, you know? instead of being a flesh tuber. I love that term, by the way. It's my new derogatory term for people who stream with cameras. Flesh tuber. PK said it once, and I was like, that's perfect. It sounds a lot like it when the first time he said it, I was like, that kind of sounds like fleshlight. I didn't say that to him. I don't wanna ruin his thunder, but it definitely kind of sounds like fleshlight a little bit. Which makes it the perfect insult, you know? Us VTubers, we need to stand up to things. We need to be more assertive. I feel like VTubers are too defensive and too afraid of offending, you know? It's tempting to go the VTuber route. It's nice. My hair's a mess right now. I don't have to worry about it. I'm literally wearing no clothes. I'm wearing underwear. That's it. That's all I got right now. I'm wearing underwear and two blankets. Not gonna lie, I saw a VTuber that was so well animated and so fluid that it made me decide PNG tubers aren't enough. Hence why I started redesigning my character again. Yeah, I mean, look, for the first like year of streaming, I was just a faceless. Like, I had no PNG tuber. I had like no. I just had a mic. That was it. And I found like the one thing I noticed is when I added the PNG tuber, my channel really like picked up. And now I think you'd have a better effect if you had if I had a face cam. But you know, if you want to sort of maintain privacy and all that shit, then PNG tuber or VTuber or whatever, it's the best of both worlds. I'm just doing boxes everywhere. I'm gonna sort of rejig these up once I've sort of established a little neighborhood, maybe. You gotta wear clothes with the face cam? I know. Well, on Twitch at least. I've heard you can get away with bikinis. And by I heard, I mean I've only heard. I've never seen. I don't do that. Let's make this a tall, skinny box. I don't know. Bikini streamland for me. At 10,000 subs, I'll do a bikini stream. All right. Snack hiding that he bikini streams. You know, I've thought about just creating like alternate channels that just do completely different content, like not art related, and just not telling people, and then hoping I don't get like identified. I don't think I would. I don't think I have like a big enough of a following to get like spotted doing other shit. You know. Okay, let's see. I feel like I have to start making the buildings smaller as they go farther away. The issue right now is they're all kind of the same size, but I feel like from this perspective, things would be very, very different proportion wise. Like these buildings are almost the same size as this house, and they can't be. They're like way too big. I almost have to break these up into different like buildings, you know? It's not gonna feel like it has as much depth if I don't make things smaller as they go farther away. Oh shit! I guess I have to keep that on to like have it locked in. I think it makes sense to have actual rows of buildings. We'll make this one tall and slender. I'd start a stream for practicing guitar. I like doing it, but ever since I moved back home, I don't have the luxury of playing whenever I want. I want to start a stream to do Japanese practice because I used to study Japanese, and I don't have time to do everything these days. Between having a full time job and streaming, I just don't have a lot of time for other hobbies. I also do like physio shit for my shoulder. So besides that, it's just not a lot of time. So I wanted to like I floated the idea of basically just having like a channel where I just practice studying. But I know if I did it on Twitch, I feel like I'd be found out, you know? I'd have to do it on like YouTube. Because half of you guys are never gonna watch like Japanese content. So I feel like I'd probably get away with it. I used to do baking streams with my own original recipes. I miss it. Why don't you do it anymore? It does sound sort of like technically difficult to do, I guess. Like the idea of having to set up cameras in your kitchen, getting different angles, planning out the recipes. A lot more than just sort of starting a stream and gaming or drawing or whatever, right? But lots of cameras and shit. It's an expensive secondary setup. Yeah, that's what I figured. I'm gonna just make this that there. How's that looking? I gotta get rid of this building. Or make it smaller, you know? If this is the ground plane here, I'm gonna put this tower roughly here-ish. And we'll make it bigger. I always found it hard to draw a street, not because I found drawing the buildings hard, but because I don't know how to make all the buildings feel consistent. I mean, I don't really draw buildings. This is probably like the first time in a long time I've done some building work. So it's all very new to me. Also, I think my mentality right now is to apply a lot of the same stuff I would for drawing faces, which is a lot of shape variety. So large, medium, small. Um, I'm trying to factor in perspective things. So like buildings that are closer up here are going to be like these guys here are going to be a lot bigger than these guys here. And then if there's anything back here, it's going to be even smaller. And so that's going to really help sell the depth. But I also don't know how much of this I want to make it feel like a big ass city. You know what I mean? But it is kind of panning out that way a little bit. By the way, this was not anything in particular. It was just sort of me playing with shapes. It's not like an actual. There's nothing. This isn't going to be a thing. It's just sort of a little whatever. I think my building is the tower in the middle is like still way too massive. I could also just make this a bridge. That would be cool. No, not that way. Just like a big ass bridge, you know, and these could be like giant pillars that like support the bridge. I gotta make sure it's on the same sort of ground plane here. And it's about two green lines or three green lines in spacing, so probably around this size difference if I'm maintaining the perspective on these. These green lines, by the way, they matter. So if you count two here and you look over here, it's also going to be a width of two. So that's sort of how you can use this grid. Is you can sort of track the amount of like grid lines you have, and then that'll give you like an educated. It's not even a guess. It's just like literally what the perspective is. And more buildings here. These ones are gonna be like tiny, you know. I'm really just putting shit down. I'll figure it out later. And then there's how many apart from these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Roughly 11. So now I'm going to count 11 here. I'm going to turn off my horizontal grids, or my vertical grids, sorry, just so I can better track. Is it these ones? Yeah. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So the next pillar is going to be around here, is where it's going to start. So I'm going to move it one over just so it's not tangenting this tower. No one's going to really notice. I really don't like that. Is going to tangent that tower, huh? Okay, we're going to lower this a little bit just so that we have some. I don't have to worry about tangents as much. Okay. The fuck? I swear to God, I just. Oh, I was drawing it on the wrong layer. Of course I was. Okay. Something like that. I think this has to be a little wider. I could also just make this an actual tower here. And then reduce the size of this sort of like middle thing. How does that feel? Okay. Let's just draw. Fuck it. I'm gonna lighten this up. Don't need that. Lighten this up. Don't need all this messiness in here. What the fuck? I really, really, really do struggle with ellipses in perspective. Doing an ellipse and making it feel right is so tough from this perspective. I don't even know. It might be a me thing. It might just be not possible. It's probably a me thing though. I think a lot of manga artists use like rulers that have sort of like ways of tracking ellipses a little bit better. Is that not visible? There we go. I'm also going to be freehanding a lot of this. I like the look of freehand. We're going to make this a little bit more ornate. We're going to have it come out. Maybe we do another like mini curve like that. Design. I'm starting to get that feeling where all I want to do is go back to drawing heads because it's like what's comfortable, you know? We got another tangent issue here. Hamish, is this a random project you're doing, or just randomly a random city to study buildings? I'm trying to make a comic, and so right now this is more or less like a. It's either going to be a part of it, or it's a practice run for environment design. It's an area of weakness I have, and it's something I really need to work on this year. Um, how much of that I'll do, and how much of it is going to be like me getting frustrated and giving up, and then moving on to other shit I already know how to do. Who knows? TBD on that one, but. This is the plan so far. No way I'm drawing architectural stuff. Don't make me suffer alone. Okay, don't worry. I'm gonna keep powering through. I'm gonna complain about it the whole time, but I will keep powering through. These are too even. I'm gonna look at some bridges. Give me a second. Okay, I like the house at the cliff. You like it? Yeah, well, I think that one's one of the nicer ones. Let me look at some Pinterest art of bridges. Bridges art. Fine. Oh, these are really nice. These are not exactly bridges, but they're really nice. I'm just gonna add these to my ref layer. Okay, here's some bridges. These aren't bridges. These are just more castle designs, but I'm gonna pull them out. I fucks with them. Well, there's some ornate bridge stuff actually. I'm starting to see a commonality though with bridges. Is that lip of bricks here? If you look, there's a lip of bricks here. All these little bricks stacked up. Okay, that's one thing I'm noticing on that one. Same deal on this one, different shape language, but same deal. So that's something I think I need to implement as well to make it feel a little bit more appealing. And I'm specifically going for black and white because it's like, oh shit, this is literally like the general idea I had. I did not know that. This is this. Well, I was gonna put a wizard's tower in the middle, right? And I was gonna have it look somewhat like this. Um, and I like this idea because I don't know if you notice, all of these pillars have a slight tilt to them, where it all sort of leads the eye. I should do this in red so it's a little bit more obvious. Where it leads the eye, like this staircase leads straight up to have you basically looking at that. The light sources are pointing up. Like everything's kind of serving. If you look at this angle here, like you've got sort of this relationship where these angles are going up towards the big tower. Same thing with this. Everything's kind of like leading in that direction. These lines, everything is redirecting. Up here. That's a good idea compositionally to factor in. So I'm gonna leave that there just to remind myself to use the environment to redirect the eye. I'm gonna also just add this reference, mostly because the idea behind this city is that there's a tower in the middle that's run by a bunch of religious fanatics that symbolically are represented by a circle. So I feel like that one just coincidentally works really well. Let's see what else I can find. I don't want to stray too much into like futuristic sci-fi. I think I'd like to go like medieval. fiction a little bit more. So I'm gonna try and find some more examples of that. Let me find another bridge here. I'll get back. I'll be reading chat messages soon. If you guys are spamming, I have no idea what you're saying, so I'll check in a sec. If not, carry on. Just one more bridge. Just give me one more bridge. Hmm. Okay. This'll do. I'm gonna merge all of these down onto my reference layer. We're gonna lock it. And we're gonna reference some of that. And back to Twitch. Hollow Sprite, how you doing, man? Arches and keystones and stuff? Kind of. I'm trying to get into building design. Normally I draw like a lot of characters and stuff. Like we were doing some faces. I actually did this one last night. But I feel like I have no experience designing buildings. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just putting together a little compilation of references I can pull from whenever I don't know how to get the feel right. There's a Minecraft build of bridge at one server called 2B2T that's also a city and it's flying, connected with no portals, and it looks really cool. Hell yeah, dude, that's dope. I think a lot of the references I chose are specific because they're targeted towards the style that I want to have in my designs. You know, I funny enough, when I looked up uh, references, I got a shit ton of like Minecraft stuff. So it looks like there's basically like I got to make my brush a lot smaller. But it looks like there's a bunch of little bricks here. These bricks are kind of massive, but what did you even type into Pinterest to find those? Well, I didn't type anything because my algorithm's just giving me nothing but buildings because that's what I've been doing for a while, but I probably just put in building design. All right, I put bridges and then art. That's literally what I typed. Bridges art. Pterodox art, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. The thing is, this is like insanely long and tedious to do. Like doing that the whole way through is fucking brutal. Let's see how they handle sort of this empty space here below the bridge. I want to know if they imply bricks or if they leave it mostly blank. Okay, they have bricks. The shape variety is almost like a 4-to-1. So for every little tiny brick there is here, there's basically one here. Now I know you guys might see me do this and be like, "Oh, snack, this is so overkill that you're like analyzing the literal number of bricks." But I feel like this is really important observational skills to develop, guys. I really think like this is what holds a lot of people back from improving. Is just getting really, really anal and neurotic about every single detail. Because then you can imply that. Like I'm looking here, it's obviously super pixelated because it's a screenshot or a copy paste, but it's there's like textural stuff that I could apply. There's grayscale values in here, darker ones here. Like this is all valuable information that if I apply to my work is probably going to make it feel a little bit like that. And if that's your goal, that's how you do it. Long and tedious, but I imagine super rewarding once finished. I mean, we'll see. I don't have a lot of experience with buildings. I do like the way this one came out. I think a lot of it needs to be cleaned up, but for a rough start, I think it's pretty good. It's got good shapes. It was referenced heavily off of stuff like this, and then this also. So, but generally speaking, yeah. So I'm looking, like I said, we had the four bricks or whatever. Let's just throw in 4 here. I'm gonna do a segment of bridge here, probably about this big, just to test out the look before I apply it everywhere. Because just committing to this is gonna be a giant pain in the ass. I'm gonna add another lip down here. I'm gonna thin out my brush a little bit. I'm feeling like the volume's a little big, or the brush size a little big. This feels so much like my architectural drafting days. I took an architectural drafting class in high school. Honestly, part of me feels like I should have been an architect or something. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'd hate it. I do like designing in general. And I feel like there's probably, as an artist, there's probably more money in designing stuff like that than there is in doing the concept art that I do. Not that I make any money, but if that's your goal. Which, as you get older, like the thing is, when you're 20, it's easy to tell yourself, and we're gonna get a little bit into like my own personal decisions here, but when you're 20, it's easy to tell yourself like, hey, I want to do something that I'll be happy doing. You don't really factor in all of the changes that are gonna happen in the economy and the world and like sustainability of industries and all this stuff. They're just not considered. But as you get older, and now that I'm in my 30s, it's like, man, I'm kind of more willing to do bullshit work for more money. But now I have a good job that pays me well, but I fucking hate it. So it's like there's always gonna be the grass is always gonna be greener. I guess there's no real lesson here. Just decide what you can tolerate more, and do that. Mr. Snack, Mr. 24-hour stream confirmed. How you doing, dog? I like how I'm Mister. So formal. Better than Cat Sack. I get that one a lot. This priceless ballet. Where's the C curve now, you architect? There's no C curves, unfortunately. What are you referencing? I feel like you're somebody else who watches me already. If you know that I was complaining about C curves earlier. Or maybe you are truly a first time chatter. Who knows? You just know me so well. Sometimes I get really surprised. There are lurkers that sometimes will show me their stream streaks spontaneously. And I'll be like, damn, bro. This guy's got like a 30 stream streak. And this is the first time I've ever seen him. So sometimes it be like that, you know? I also have to factor in size. So like as I go farther this way, these blocks are gonna get real tiny. And I feel like I'm already going a little small here. I didn't really plan this through too much. Snack, Kim Duck. Kim Duck Jafan. Joe Snack. What up, Verbunter? How you doing, dog? There is something like fun about just drawing rocks. It reminds me of drawing teeth almost, you know? Rocks rock, amen. Teeth are so much fun to draw. I feel like I should draw more stylized teeth. You know, you can do like all kinds of weird stuff. Human teeth are so strange. You don't have to do like perfectly symmetrical teeth, you know? You can do all kinds of weird and wacky shapes. See, this would even be more like compressed here. That's what Nancy said, weirdly enough. I mean, she's right. You can do like a little tongue. I feel like a lot of people when they draw teeth, they tend to draw teeth sort of like just as like this like Lego block. You know what I mean? You get the Lego teeth, and that's sort of like how it's done in anime. Like if you look at like Naruto or One Piece or whatever, they're always gonna have like these sort of like Lego block teeth or whatever, and that's totally fine. But there's a lot more you could do with teeth. You know, teeth can be really expressive. And the rocks here feel kind of similar to that because they're organic shapes that come in like bones in general, just come in like all these weird shapes and sizes. You can get really crazy with it, you know? All I'm thinking about right now is I don't want to have the same size going into the next one. All the foreshortening practice lost to the parallel boys doing it for you? Yeah, man. Once I get around here, I'm going to put a little mark here. Once I get here, I'm going to start making these significantly smaller. And then once I get here, I'm going to start making them even more significantly smaller. If I could get it to feel gradual, then that'd be nice, but I feel like stylized teeth are normally reserved for villains in animations for some reason. Yeah, they are. I think like you're definitely right on that. It's like you get a lot more of a sinister feeling, especially if you're doing like weird crooked teeth or whatever stuff like that. It just feels evil for whatever reason. Obviously, I'm doing a lot of sharp angles and stuff, but I'm also missing a tooth. You could have like your teeth stick out, I guess. Doesn't have to be straight, but I guess it's like the stereotype of the crooked smile, you know, like the sleaze bag. That looks weird. I don't like that. Now, the nice thing I think about compressing these as I go down is that I could probably do it in a way where I literally just chop these in half. You know, that becomes two bricks now. I think it'd be easier to start with these to gauge my perspective size. Because these are going to get tighter and tighter as you go down and farther down the bridge. I wonder, there's got to be a quicker way to do this shit, dude. There's no way, like, manga background artists literally just draw all this shit. I guess that's why there's so many panels in manga where it's just like they're standing in a void. Because the worst part is, I gotta do them on the other side, too. Like, I gotta show these the depth. Are those fired clay bricks or random stone cut? In my mind, they're stone cut, but just kind of random. I'm not thinking about it too much. Maybe I should though. I'm gonna bust out my grid. I think we're gonna position a line. If this is sort of like where that bottom line goes, we're gonna go slightly above, and then we're gonna trace this back. Of course, I can't. I don't want to go that far, actually. Fuck. And now I should probably also track this and the top here. Nope. My head. To be fair, I only start to notice that a lot of anime have like blank backgrounds and many scenes only when I start animating. I realize why they're doing that. Yeah, they do it because it's just a fucking giant pain in the ass to draw everything. You know? The thing is, this is like an establishing shot, and I feel like you kind of have to go a little hard on those, but there was a mangaka dude that had a few episodes of a series where they ambushed other mangaka to make them show their process. One of the episodes was a young dude doing rom-com slash seinen. That'd be cool. I'd be down to see that. I looked up like some stuff, but a lot of the stuff I do find, like they tend to be very trad artists. And I don't mean they wear dresses and cook and clean and all that stuff. I mean like they work like on paper mostly, which is a little different. Snap, tell me to get out of bed, please. Thanks. Get out of bed, Knox. If you don't get out of bed, you're gonna get bed sores and you're gonna look lazy, dude. You don't want to hang out in bed all day. What are you, lazy? What are you, depressed, dude? Be happy. Ah, I hate that this tangents. I'm probably gonna elevate this roof here at the end. Rare Ensearament art stream. That's right. Giggle maxing. Yeah, get joy baited, bitch. Get out of bed. You've got too much to offer this world, Knox, to stay in bed. Think of how productive you could be if you just got out right now. Yeah, this brick is gonna line up roughly there. Okay, so that makes sense. He went around with the digital camera and shot scenes and then used it as a BG reference with drawings over. Ah, okay, yeah. So I know that technique. So there's a way that you can basically take environmental pictures. Like you could just take pictures of buildings and then you can add a bunch of filters and effects to make the building feel like it's in a manga. I don't have any issues with that technique for like efficiency. As far as like art I want to produce, I want to actually develop the skill and be able to draw the buildings myself. I think that's super important to me. But above all else, like it really just does come down to me sort of improving my skill. That's why a lot of the time my projects sort of fall off because sometimes you just realize like, hey, this is just not a thing I really want to focus on right now, and that's totally fine. Streaming for me is really about just improving my art, and this is partly cope. Okay, this is cope for me being lazy and never finishing my projects. But I think I also just want to be able to draw buildings rather than using a bunch of fancy Photoshop tools to make the building feel like it's in a manga. Right now, I'm putting these lines down just to space out these sections of buildings. See how I got a large section here, a medium section here, and then a bunch of small ones? That's intentional. I won't lie, this is the same reason I'm strongly resistant to tracing, even though multiple people have told me it'll probably help me learn stuff. I mean, look, you saw me trace yesterday, didn't you? You saw me. Like, this is what I mean by tracing. I don't mean you go in here and you draw the exact, like, angle of every single thing. You can, if that's what you want to dissect out of the piece. But tracing is just a tool to decipher shapes within, like, larger compositions, right? Like, if I say go trace, I'm not telling you go replicate one to one the exact image you see. I'm saying use tracing to extract information. And I extracted sort of these shapes. Remember, at some point, I went in here off this tracing and I said, hey, I noticed my building has sort of this sort of tilt, then tilt, then tilt. And I noticed that on that building. Then what happened? I noticed it on this building too. Boom. You can't really see it here. Boom, 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 boom. Same pattern, right? Down, diagonal, across, down. Down, diagonal, across, down. Same thing, right? This one doesn't have it, but that's information, dude. That's really valuable. So what did I do? I went down, diagonal, across, down. You know? So it's like that's stuff you can take. That's really, really, really good stuff. That's what I'm talking about when I say trace. I don't mean go in there and replicate one to one what you see. I mean use tracing to extract information that's going to give you guardrails, right? Like you can't just know everything. You have to sort of set some sort of boundary for you to operate within. And if you do that, you're going to be guessing a lot less. So that's what I try and do. Doesn't mean I have to do this exact length on this vertical line. Doesn't mean I have to do this exact length on this diagonal or this horizontal or this diagonal or whatever. Like I can vary up the proportions, I can change things, but I'm taking the essence of the information that I pulled out of there and I'm applying it to my work. And that's important, right? Like I see bricks here, okay? I see where was another bridge example? Bricks here, right? Here. Where else? Like me doing these bricks here on this bridge, nobody's gonna see this and be like, Snack's tracing. I just extracted the information I found in these reference images, and I'm applying it to my own work in my own way. That's how you use reference. That's the core of reference use, right? So when artists are saying trace, or when experienced artists are saying trace, they're not saying steal someone's work or, take one to one exactly what you see. They say that it's a way to extract information. And I'll give you an example on the faces here. If you go into these, what are you gonna notice? And let's take any of them that are 3/4, right? So this one's 3/4 here. This one's 3/4 here. This one's 3/4, right? This one's 3/4, and this one's 3/4. What can we notice here? Well, if I look at the bridge of the brow here, we've got one line here. We've got sort of this angle here. We got another tilt down here, and then the connection to the chin. So we've got one angle change, two angle change, three angle change, four angle change. Okay? Let's see if we find it here. Well, the hair's covering this. So we can assume, let's say we assume there's a line here. One angle change, two angle change, three angle change, four angle change. Right? It's the exact same pattern. That's information. Now I know when I'm doing a 3/4 head, if I do this, I'm probably going to get some semblance of a 3/4 head, right? Like, you just extracted that information. It doesn't mean I need to make it one to one the exact same size. I could give him a massive forehead and a tiny little brow here on that angle change. I give him a really tiny cheekbone and a super long face, and then a short face, and then the chin here. And it's going to be a completely different guy now, right? But we're still using that chunk of information that we extracted by tracing. That's what tracing's for. That's the value of tracing. And so, we could go to this guy. Again, his hair's covering it, but let's say it's not. There's probably an angle here, probably an angle here, another angle change here. Now this one's longer. His cheekbone's lower. It comes down, and there's a subtle change in direction on the chin, but it's not very present like the other ones. This one, same pattern. It's all the same angles. It's just different proportions. And it makes for very different characters. This one, same thing. The angles are just a lot flatter, right? They're toned down. They're not as extreme as this or as this, but it's the same concept. So that's what tracing's for, okay? Hopefully that's valuable, because I really think people don't understand, and it makes sense, right? Because you always think of tracing in your head as this horrible thing you should never do. It's like black magic, okay? It's gonna get you banned from every fucking industry that exists. But that's just not how you use tracing. And that's not what artists mean when they say trace. So hopefully that helps. So yeah, I'm gonna... Yeah. right? And like you could tell too, like my building, I've got this tower here. This guy's got this tower here on his building. No one's gonna look at my drawing and be like, this guy copied this. It's a completely different building. It is original, you know? But the essence of the information is different. It's the same. But that's sort of how all art is. There's always you can't like I can't make a head. I mean, I guess I could, but generally speaking, I can't make a head that's gonna look like this, you know, over here, and then I you're not gonna make a head that looks like completely abstract. I guess you could. That's the beauty of art. You can kind of get a little creative with it. Um, but generally you're existing within some sort of boundary and some sort of like framework or rail in a way. Like if you've ever played D&D, you think of like a story on rails. It's kind of like that. You're giving yourself rails to make sure that you're guessing less. And I'm looking at this now and I'm thinking these bricks are too small. I'm just gonna make them bigger. Fuck it. If you feel bad about tracing, you could just repackage it and say you're redlining your reference. Exactly, yeah. Or you're dissecting, because then it makes you feel like a doctor, you know? Yeah, I'm like an art doctor. Trauma loop on Divine Light is about to make me tweak. I don't know what any of that means. I'm assuming this is a video game. What up, Otter? How you doing? Yes? Hell yeah, dude. Do you want to tweak? Or are you just having a bad time right now? Just woke up again? Bro, you are doing the Sleep Olympics right now. I don't like that. I want a little more shape variety. Flat is back. Oh, sweet, sweet release. My back is free again. Last level of Cruelty Squad? Hell yeah, dude. What are you drawing today? A bridge. I'm drawing a bridge. From there, I don't know. Probably some more buildings down here, but. Man, why even watch on YouTube? No music and chat's ignored? Is there no music on YouTube right now? Give me a second. That should not be. I might have just fucked up and accidentally closed the tab with the music on it. There's supposed to be music on YouTube. Give me 2 seconds here. How's that, Ian? You hearing stuff now? That's just my bad. Don't bother, I'm a petty bitch. I mean, there are other people that want to listen to stuff too. Not just all about you, Ian. Ugh. I'm wondering if I'm repeating the pattern too much. Let me break this up a little bit. I gotta vary the height too. I'm getting a little weirdly lopsided. I'm gonna change my bed sheets. No, I don't want to play anymore. Alright. You change your bed sheets. Go be clean, dude. See you later? Alright. See you later, Kurt. Thanks for popping in. What up, Dave? Down bad Dave. How you doing, dog? Thinking the growth is a little too much. Last level your ass. There are like 3 to 4 extra layers to Cruelty Squad. You guys are just speaking a foreign language to me, dude. Should probably just done this on another layer, huh? Instead of having to erase out all these lines. Oh, good. There's one that needs you to play in a 4:3 aspect ratio for a door to appear. What a weird game. Guys, I'm not a gamer. I will say. I really think, like, the last game I played, I mean, I did play Hades, but that's because it was something I felt like would only take, like, 10 hours. I never finished it. I got bored after about 10 hours, so. It wasn't a bad game. I'm just not built for gaming. Unless it's Baldur's Gate. I have like 150 hours on that shit. I really like story-driven games. You will be one day when I get that redeemed. I have to add to the redeem that we need. You need to consult before you just redeem that. I'm very worried about the games that you guys are going to try and make me play. I still don't see the Baldur's appeal. I'm sorry. Bro, you're so lucky you're a mod. I would time you out for that. You can't blaspheme Baldur's Gate here, dude. Haram. Roguelike games are a special evil, though. I didn't finish Hades either. You know what's funny? I always get so close to finishing a game, and then I fall off. Damn, my bad. Baldur's Gate is fantastic. It's gotta be like one of my favorite games ever. That and like The Witcher 3. You're gonna play dating sims, probably? That's not the worst. I feel like someone could also just make me play like the most expensive game ever. Fantasy. I seem to be a low-res enjoyer. What's a low-res game? What do you mean by that? Minecraft, obviously. Okay, Minecraft's pretty lit. Hop on League of Legends. I played once and got yelled at. No thank you. Were you playing with Glad? I'm a sucker for nostalgic games for me, so it's like if you got me to play like Majora's Mask, Conker's Bad Fur Day, Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, you know, all of these games, all the classic Nintendo games, that would be so lit. But I know it's gonna be some bullshit that I'm gonna not want to play that's gonna be redeemed when somebody eventually has enough points for that. I said it as a joke, but Minecraft is definitely a good game. I've thanked so many hours to that game. Sunk. Your British accent got picked up as thanked instead of sunk. For those who don't know, Jadu uses voice to text, so sometimes like the bot just picks up like his British pronunciation as like a completely different word. JRPG story driven, that's my shit. I've never been... I mean, okay, I'm trying to think of, like, I tried to get into, like, Final Fantasy and shit, and I couldn't do it. I feel like I'm making these too low now. Like that time he said Bert instead of Boruto. Bert's actually a better name than Boruto, dude. What a stupid fucking name. What are you doing, Snack? I'm drawing a bridge. What are you doing? What are you doing, Symphony? We're almost there. Not really. But this is going to be the section we're going to work on. And we're going to make sure that this works stylistically before we do anything else. I gotta just clean this shit up. Practicing heads till my wrists beg for mercy. Practicing head. Very nice, dude. I feel like they could have thought longer on the name for Naruto's son. Yeah, Boruto. Like, I don't even get it. There isn't even like a generational, well, no, there isn't even like a generational name thing in fucking the Naruto verse. Like, at least in like Dragon Ball Z, when they're naming their children like vegetable and carrot and shit, it at least makes sense because they're all named after food. Like, Gohan's name is literally just means rice, or I guess like meal or whatever, breakfast or whatever. Vegeta is literally like vegetable. But there's just no precedent in Naruto to just name their kid like Boruto. And they even named like they named fucking Sasuke's kid Salad. Like like it feels like they were trying to do some Dragon Ball Z shit, but they just did it really badly. No, her name's Sarada. Sarada. It's just like salad. Naruto Jr. Yeah, that'd be probably actually better. I feel like I've polished this too much now, and it feels like there's not enough grit to these stones. I'm gonna break them up a little more. "24-hour stream." How do you even know that command? You must be an OG. You just changed your name. Is that true? Is that what you are? Are you a regular here, hiding from me? It's Bolt, as in a flash of lightning. Oh, Boruto. Oh, okay, I get it. Still dumb. I'm less twink than water. Well, I guess if the other case was the truth, you'd be dead. Rocking, you lost cock today. Your dick was bigger yesterday. Your stroke game's up though. You're pumping out ratios like crazy. 12.2 and a 7.8. 12.3 down. Dave had to just mog you, dude. You busted out with the 12.2, being like, yeah, I'm king shit, and then Dave just busts out the 12.3. Getting cock-mogged. I didn't notice that till you pointed it out. Well, you know, I'm the bearer of bad news. What can I say? Does this feel right? It feels weird to me. Snack's feeling something today? Something. I'm not telling you what, though. Click command when? Look, commands... I've never made a single command. I don't take any responsibility for any of these commands. It's the one time as a streamer I take no accountability for my chat. And the commands are all Boba, so defer all blame to Boba, okay? I've had no influence on any of these commands. That's like how the worse a Mexican or Chinese restaurant looks, the better the food is. Chat, what kind of accent would you guys have if you could have any accent? Irish, French, an Egyptian one, literally anything else. All right, Otter, we're gonna give you Chinese. There's a clip where this lady wakes up from a coma, and she can't speak like with a proper accent anymore. She can only speak with a Chinese accent. That's like what I imagine in my head, but that reminds me of those times when people experience some degree of brain damage. Yeah, exactly, literally that. +1, congrats on becoming Chinese. No, she doesn't become Chinese. She's still a white woman. She just has like a Chinese English accent. Same thing, is it really? It's not racist, it's just her accent. It's genuine. You still maintain like the same knowledge of China that you currently have, though, so it's not gonna like be passed off very well. Like, I don't think people are gonna take well to it, but she. How do you read Japanese/Chinese characters, Snack? I don't know. I'm a savant. Do you memorize them? When I was studying Japanese, by the way, I have no idea if that's what that means, but just based on the amount of people I know who, like, study Chinese, and they say, like, xie all the time, so I assume that's what that meant, but I have no idea if that's what those kanjis mean. I could just be making shit up. But for like other Japanese kanji specifically, I used Anki. It's like it's a flashcard system. It does not. It's Jiji, older sister, whatever. Close enough. I used Anki. So Anki's a flashcard system. It was originally popularized by med students because they had to remember a lot of anatomy and stuff, and the idea is it spaces out your learning in a way where it's optimal for memorization. And so you, like, for example, let's say you start with, I don't know, the word P, okay? Pretend you're learning English. You get a flashcard, it says P on the front. You try and remember the meaning of it when you see the word P, and then you flip the card over, and then it says what P means in your language. Okay, on the back side, and that way you know the meaning. And if you get it right, it goes. You don't see it again for 2 days now, so it goes over 2 days. Okay, if you get it wrong, it goes back to 1 day, so you see it 1 day. Now, if you get it right on the next one, on the 2 days, then it goes up to 4 days, so on and so forth. And that's essentially how spaced repetition works. It helps you train word and symbol memorization, or just general memorization in a lot more effective way, because it trains your long-term memory. So if you ever see me reading a kanji, it's not because I'm a genius, it's because I just did that for like a year and a half. But I had no idea what those kanjis were earlier, so... We know you're not a genius. That's okay. I'm gonna take your VIP away, dude. You're becoming less and less important day by day. Day by day. How many kanjis were in the box? For me, I think I learned at my peak when I was like really like min-maxing. When I was really thank you, Otter. When I was really min-maxing, Japanese, I think I got up to about 1,500 kanji. I was pretty good at reading. I've fallen off. I didn't stick to it. Prime snack lore? I mean, don't test me on that, because it's been like almost 3 years at this point since I studied any Japanese. So I'm way out of the loop. The basic ones I can usually recognize, just because it's, you know, they're common. It just depends how well I learned it, because when I say 1,500, half of those are probably ones that I, like, you know, I knew at the time, but didn't actually, like, have, like, really buried into my memory. Whereas some of them, like, were pretty basic, you know, like things like water or, you know, the numbers and shit like that. Like, those count, right? I want the 1,500 cards, though. You could probably bang out, like, 1,000 in, like, 8 months. If you just do, like, 10 a day. Chuan Shi. I would really like to get back into Japanese study. If anybody wants to sustain my lifestyle so I don't have to work anymore, I promise you I'll get fluent at Japanese. Wow, Snack, that second one was kind of good. Yeah, I'm kind of good. To be expected, you know? I think these should start to get a little smaller now. You could take in roommates to sustain your lifestyle. I mean, my apartment's not that big. I don't think I'd want to live with other people here, dude. My apartment layout is kind of like literally like this. So it's a very big long rectangle, okay? With a balcony up top here. Then there's a bedroom. Well, I guess it's like a den more. It's like a den right here. Den right here. Actually, this one's longer because there's a closet in it. Bedroom. Bathroom. This is all living room, and then my kitchen is just sort of like here. There's also like a little den here. And then my kitchen is kind of like this. That's it. And when I'm streaming right here. And this is all just like windows. Den. How big is your couch? Big enough for me and your mom to fit on it, but otherwise, like, you know, I could use a bigger one, I guess. My couch is about this big. It's about the width of, like, just a little bit less than that. You hidden house. Otter, you know what to do. Now I have a map to Grand Heist Snacks tablet. I mean, if you steal my Cintiq 16, it's so old, dude. It's like a decade old. It's like a piece of shit. I need a new tablet. More importantly, I need like a desk arm so I can hang my tablet on it. I could sleep under the bed. My bed's like I literally my bed is like a mattress on the floor. My apartment is like the most bro apartment ever, dude. Literally, I have like no furniture. Time him out. Don't you hear what he says? I can't time out my boss. That's right. I'll take her pay away. Get a trusted friend to hold your tablet up for you while you draw. I could probably convince Toothpaste to do that. I don't like that this is lighter here than this here. Okay, let me see what else these references use for bridges. So I'm seeing a lot of just general lines here going down. So like a lot of stuff like this. I gotta make sure these are straight. See y'all later. Bye-bye. See ya, Otter. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for timing out an FT. He needed it today, I think. Would I see the ground plane here? If this is lining up more or less with this one, probably wouldn't see the ground plane, and the bottom of this would probably be a little lower there. So I think that brick has to be longer. Jadu and Otter are fighting for my favorite snack chatter. That's your competition? Like, these are your favorite chatters? I don't have a favorite chatter, guys. I love all of my chatters equally. Some more equally than others, but I'm not telling you who. I'm objectively the best chatter. Very bold of you to say. Okay, what's the bottom of the bridge look like? Like that section. Like they just do like a straight line. Me, most obviously. True. Too true. Do you have a least favorite? If I did, they'd be banned by now. Even if I wasn't eating right now, I would cook you. JK. Jujutsu Kaisen. I think we just rid this out here. I was aiming for just joking, and now I see it looks like Jujutsu Kaisen. JJK in my brain just means Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't know how I feel about this bridge, guys. Feels very boring. Basic before flourishes, you got this. That's true. You're very right. It's just, I want the end product, you know? I want it to look good. And like, immediately. I think a bridge that was structured to look like a German suplex would be very entertaining. I don't even know what that is. A German suplex? Is that like a move? I don't know what you mean at all, dude. You mean like having it like be curved like this? And then have like another curve sort of like this? But then it would have like no structural integrity. What up, Raid? How you doing? What up, Mayne? How you doing? I've gotten up and made breakfast and watered some plants, by the way. Thank you for help. No worries. See, your plants wouldn't have gotten any water today. Why does a request fail? That's a good question. Let me restart the stupid song thing again. I really don't like this thing. I might just straight up move to Nightbot at this point. Ever since they updated it, it's been like a fucking nightmare to work with. Yeah, it's definitely still not working. Well, it worked for about a day. Oh no, it did work. It was just like super laggy. Okay, it worked. There you go. Weird. Do you ever struggle with shaping forms? Yeah, I'm struggling right now, dude. For sure. I know you just sort of like got here, Raid, but I've been complaining this whole stream about how inept I feel drawing this bridge. I don't do a lot of not anatomical studies. I do a lot of those. I don't do a lot of building design or environment design, and so it's something I really, really struggle with. Like, even this just doesn't feel right to me. What's your least favorite thing to draw these days? Probably buildings. Actually mechs. I hate mechs with a passion. I will never learn to draw mechs. They don't interest me. I'm not interested in mechs. I don't like mech anime. I just have a really big hate boner for mech stuff. I find it like so unappealing. I don't know why. What's that? It's like mechanical, like android type things. You must have some drill you have to keep yourself from to draw it, right? What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean by that. My best friend draws mostly mechs and they blow my brain. Okay, look, I probably overplayed how much I hate mechs. I don't hate mechs that much. I just have no interest in being a mech artist. The only time I would ever learn to draw mechanical things is if I need to design vehicles. Okay, but designing like living vehicles or like transformer type shit just doesn't interest me. There's value in it, there's appeal in it. I don't want to like say there isn't, because there is, and like that's just the truth. But it doesn't interest me as a subject. How about Attack on Titan? Technically a mech anime. It's not a mech anime. I know that's like a meme, but it's not. How distorted is this perspective? I'm pretty close to the edge there. What type of practice do you use as a session for a subject? I hope to be able to draw better form. I hope this makes sense. Oh, okay, yeah, I get what you mean. Like, what do I do to practice? I mean, these days I don't really practice that much. When I do practice, one of the most important skills is going to be being able to rotate a 3D form in space. That's going to serve you for everything. It's like one of the most important things. So I would say start with a square, okay? And this is, I've talked about cubes like a million times, but start with a cube, okay? Practice rotating the cube. What do I mean by that? Pick a direction and make it a different direction every time and a different angle change. Like, let's say I start with a basic cube here, and then I say, I want to rotate the cube this way. How would I do that? You know? This exercise is going to be really, 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 really useful for training your sense of 3D space. And then maybe, you know, maybe it falls even more. So now you're going to see, like, the backside here a little bit more. Whatever. Blah, 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 blah. You get the idea. Being able to rotate objects in space like this is a really, really, really useful skill. And it's a thing it's really worth practicing. And it's step one to being able to draw more complex shapes in perspective. You know? Step two would be something like taking an organic shape. Like, it doesn't matter what the shape is, you could design it. It could be something that looks like this, you know? You want to give it a contour. Meaning you want to define its form. Now this part's a little abstract. But you're just using it as a way to inform the 3D shape that you design. So it's always going to be a little different depending on the shape, right? You want to do this, right? You want to contour it. And then from there, you want to rotate it. So now I want to take this shape and I want to change its direction. This is a really tough exercise, and it's something that you're going to have a really hard time doing if you don't practice rotating shapes, you know? And an exercise like this is really, really good at training your brain to think in three-dimensional forms. But that would be like the next step, right? And so you start with boxes, because boxes have defined planes. Whereas, you know, geometric shapes like this, you have to define the planes yourself. They're always going to be a little different. But over time, if you do this over the course of like a year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever, eventually you'll get to a point where you're very, very, very comfortable just doing rotations of geometric shapes in space. And that really lets you think about anything in a 3D space. Like, the skill of thinking in 3 dimensions is really, 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 really important. Okay, but what about when you're drawing bodies and how long? I mean, it's all the same thing. Like, doing this exercise is the same thing as, like, let's say I want to draw an arm. Okay, let's say I have, like, an arm here. I'm just gonna do like we'll just cut it off at the wrist, okay? This is easier. But like, let's say I have a forearm here, okay? And there would be a bicep here, but for the sake of this, we're just gonna have a forearm. If I want to turn it in 3D space, all I'm doing in my head is I'm thinking of these contours on this arm. And then I'm rotating it in my head. And because I know the relationship of like larger shapes, it makes it easier for me to sort of understand where like these contour lines are going to go in perspective. You know? And that's essentially like it's the same drill. And so once you could do that stuff, you could do it to anatomy too. You just have to learn the anatomy a little bit better. Right? And then you could do it downwards. But that's the exercise. That's it. You're understanding how to rotate objects in space. If you practice that regularly, like every day for a very, very long time, probably like maybe, I mean, there's no, look, I don't do this, I don't show up every day and I'm like, I'm gonna drill geometric shapes now. That's not how I think about it. I think about it like, let's say I'm drawing a character, and in the middle of drawing this character, I'm like, I don't really know how to turn this shape. Well, maybe what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna walk over to my bathroom, I'm gonna take a picture of my own arm in that shape, or that exact perspective that I want, and then I'm gonna sort of analyze it, and then I'm gonna try and interpret that in my art. And then, you know, by doing that over and over and over and over, you're going to sort of internalize a lot of these things, and it's going to gradually build your 3D, your understanding of 3D space. But understanding of 3D space is probably one of the most important things to being a good artist. To be honest, I always find the books practice kind of uninteresting because it's both very easy and not very dynamic. I should probably do it, but I prefer something more challenging. Yeah, but you don't want to challenge yourself when you don't have like a fundamental grasp of things. You have to really, like, people don't understand. There's like layers to this shit, okay? So like layer 1 is like the fundamentals. Layer 2 is like, I don't know, fucking more niche shit. I'm just gonna pretend these are better defined, okay? But there's layers here. And the fundamentals, they have like a, I'm just gonna put fundies. Fundies. The fundamentals are the foundation for everything. You're going to have so much of a harder time understanding these more detailed, like advanced levels if you don't have a strong grasp of the fundamentals. I don't know how to, I don't know like a metaphor to explain it. It's like a puzzle, okay? It's like starting a puzzle. Like, it makes, when you start a puzzle, normally you start with the corners and the sides, because that makes the most sense, and then you work your way in. And that's the most optimal way to learn a puzzle. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't learn a puzzle by just randomly starting in the middle and building from there. It's just gonna take fucking way longer. You know, why would you do that to yourself? You're gonna have to do the corners and the sides eventually anyways. Why not just start there and make everything else easier? That's why every artist is always pushing to do the fundamentals. And in this puzzle example, the fundamentals are the corners and the side pieces. They're just a lot easier to start off with, and they're going to set you up to understand things a lot better going further down the process. So that's why everybody is like, learn the fundamentals, learn the fundamentals, learn the fundamentals. And the fundamentals are basic primitive shapes like cubes, squares, or cubes, circles, cylinders, you know? These are the primitive shapes. Then the next thing you would also learn that's also fundamental is like anatomy. Knowing sort of what muscle goes where, how it moves when the arm lifts up, how the body twists, what areas of the body get pinched when you twist to the right, twist to the left, what happens when you bring your arm across your chest. All of those things are all anatomical fundamentals. This is all really important stuff. How fabric folds, the different types of folds there are, these are all fundamentals. So these are all areas you can start with. And just jump around between those and train them on different days when you feel like training on different days. Or, you know, if you get bored of one, you go on to the next. But you don't just immediately go from not understanding the fundamentals to being like, I'm going to draw a character with their hand reaching out to the camera in full-on perspective. You're not going to get it right the first time. You're going to be wasting your time because you're mostly going to be guessing incorrectly. Now, there's a chance that you'll land on something that looks appealing, but it's going to take you so much longer than if you just learned it. You know, you just learned it through the fundamentals. Sometimes I learn all that I apply to it, get good at it, and then randomly go back to the point of 0 a couple days later for some reason. That's because you have to train yourself to do it consistently. You know? Like, there are, like, even I still, like, when I draw something, not every drawing is perfect. There's still, like, for every drawing I really like, there's probably 5 or 6 drawings in between that just didn't make the cut. You guys have seen me probably 100 times on stream just delete a drawing that I didn't like, you know? Like, even on the last page, like this one, yesterday we had a bunch of extra drawings here. I deleted them because I didn't like them. I didn't like the way they looked on the page. It was like too messy, right? And it was unappealing, and I didn't like it, so I deleted a lot of them. You're going to always have bad drawings. That's never, ever, 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 ever going to go away. Accept that, okay? Your consistency with good drawings is going to become more and more frequent as you get better. But bad drawings are never going to go away. The regularity that you'll do good drawings is going to increase to the point where bad drawings are sometimes considered good by some people, but you're always going to be setting a standard, or you should always be setting a standard higher and higher for yourself to really force the improvement. Hi, what up, Kona Chocolate? How you doing? Whew, that was a lot of talking, guys. I'm gonna get some water, okay? How about you? I'm fantastic. I'm good, dude. Thirsty, though. I'll BRB. Just gonna check when the next ad is. I might just run it while I'm getting some water. Just to get it out of the way. I'm gonna run the ads now, and then I'll be right back in 3 minutes. BRB. Alright, I'm back. I went to go get some water. I went to... The hell? I don't think Nightbot works, by the way, for song requests. Yeah, we don't use space. Nightbot does not work here. You gotta use the point redeem system. Otherwise, you won't be able to get the song you want. If you want to redeem a song, guys, you got to go into the channel point redeem at the bottom, and you got to click the request song function. And then you have to drop a Spotify link in there. Not a YouTube link, not a Twitch link, not a whatever link, Spotify. My man, what up, Joseph? How you doing? Now, I realize half of you guys probably can't hear me at all because I think we've got ads running right now, but unless you're on YouTube, then you can definitely hear me. Oh, the ads are done. Great, never mind. Scratch that. I've restarted drawing after 4 months? Hell yeah, dude. Better late than never. What are you drawing? I guess I'm getting back into heads. I like your stuff. Thanks, dude. The heads I draw or like the buildings? Right now these are just like... I don't really like these, to be quite honest, but I'm trying to not be too hard on myself. You have any ideas on how to increase your output? I asked James the same question, and he said I should just accept being slow. Yeah, that's probably my answer too. I would say like you know, just like you're gonna be faster at doing things you're more comfortable with, and so you know the speed will come with experience, but you can't. There's no like way to min max your speed at drawing. At least not with the same sort of style of drawing. Like if you're drawing, like let's say you're designing a character, you're probably always gonna be, you know, relatively the same speed for a little while until you get better at drawing that style of character. And then the speed will come a little bit, but you're never like drawing is not like a thing to rush, you know? Don't look for shortcuts. I would say just accept being slow, yeah. That would probably be my answer too. I think that's valid. Enjoy the process. Yeah, I really like your figurative stuff, but these are alright. These are alright as well, thank you. They are just alright, I will admit. What up, Jack Mo? How you doing, dog? James Rallison. Modern day James, goddammit. His YouTube channel. James Rallison. I don't know his last name. I just know he's modern day James. The Odd Ones Out? No, not The Odd Ones Out. His YouTube channel is the modern day James Pro. I'm being baited right now. It's not that I dislike taking my time, it's just that there's a lot of stuff I want to do and I'm impatient. Yeah, well, I mean, it takes like... I've been drawing for almost 10 years, dude, and I'm still not as good as I'd like to be, so... You're not gonna be a black belt in a day. Or even like a year. What's the request? You said I got a friend request that's giving me the creeps? You got a friend request from Jeffrey Epstein? Well, I'd be willing to bet it's not the same one. Just a hunch. I had a chatter named Jeffrey Epstein the other day. I think if you want to get faster, you got to look at people that are super quick, like Anthony Jones. I mean, the speed is going to come with time. I really do think, like, if somebody's fast, it's because they've built up the muscle memory. I can draw certain things fast, right? But I can't draw everything fast. And I think that's sort of like where speed comes from. It's just comfort with the subject that you're drawing. I don't think there are people... I mean, there are probably people who are really, 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 really experienced. I'm talking, like, decades of stuff, you know? They're going to be able to bang out, like, pretty next-level work in a relatively quick amount of time. But it's because they built up that muscle memory, you know? Look at Kim Jong-gi. He basically one-shots everything he does. That's probably as quick as it's going to get. But, you know, he also spent years just drilling those exact positions and perspectives and angles and all that shit, so... Fuck. Oh. Thank you for the follow, Chad Gippity. How are all of you? I'm chilling, Sweet M. How you doing? Trying to get some building stuff done. Not sure how well that'll go, but we'll try. I think my perspective is like really distorted as we get here. My vanishing point should have been way farther out. We're getting almost like fisheye-y. Is that Snack? What up, Sammy? How you doing? Sure is. Guys, I feel like Michael Jackson is like... I'm not a big Michael guy, you know? How do you guys feel about Michael Jackson? Not the person, the music. I don't know that I find him like that good. Don't really like it? Me neither, dude. I listened to him all day as a kid. That was me and salsa music and Celine Dion. But that's because my mom used to just play that shit all the time whenever she'd be like cleaning or whatever. Every weekend was just like Celine Dion on blast. And my dad was Phil Collins, which ironically I really like. I think he looks fine. I think it's fine. It's not like hype the way people say it is, but it's fine, I guess. Like, Michael Jackson's okay. If he came out today, I don't think he'd be like some superstar. I feel like I just don't think like it's that good. I think Michael's got some solid bangers. I would never listen to Michael in my own time, you know? But I feel like it's a regular thing where chatters will request, like, Michael Jackson. And it's just never been, like, a thing for me, you know? I got an idea here. You telling me that you didn't listen to Smooth Criminal over and over at some point? Or Billie Jean? Literally never in my life, no. Ironically, I do think the Alien Ant Farm version of Smooth Criminal is better. Who? Here, I'll put it on. This is the good version. What a disrespect. Bro listens to 10 seconds of a song and made his mind up. Crazy. To pop culture? Bro, you're like barely even 20. You don't know pop culture yet. I've actually heard this version more than the original, same. Also, Michael Jackson endorsed this song, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I'm digging the ornate here. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? You've been struck by a smooth criminal. If it don't contain a hee-hee, it ain't approved. It probably does have a hee-hee. It's been a while since I've heard it. Ecstasy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. We're talking shit about Michael Jackson. Or I am. I'm triggering chat. On the day after Black History Month, shake my head. What? Everything I do, everybody's like on the last day of Black History Month, on the first day after the entire month of Black History Month. Yes, sir. I'm evil, dude. I don't know what to tell you. I'm evil. I'm merciless. We're here to conquer the world. Butchering my name? What are you talking about? feels weird. I don't like it. I don't like it. It looks distorted. We can get rid of these cubes, I think. Personally, I don't know why Black History Month's in February. Like, do we deserve 28 to 29 days instead of 31 or something? Look, man, as a white man, I'm pleading the fifth on this one. You guys fight amongst yourselves, okay? I agree with whatever my black queens and kings think. I gotta get rid of these two. We had this conversation yesterday. We did. I can't remember what I got in trouble for then, but... If I remember right, it's because back then all the important dates were in February. Is that true? Kiwi Butter 56? Could be wrong. I mean, I genuinely have no idea, so... Chat could teach me anything right now, and I'd believe it. You got in trouble for skipping the best song about Martin Luther King ever written? Yeah, I still don't feel bad about that at all. That song was ass. Came up when I Googled. So that is the reason. You're getting canceled for that? What, not liking that song? Dude, that song sucked, alright? Jadu, cue it up right now. How about that? How about you cue it up? Own it. If that song's so awesome, put it on so everybody can enjoy it. I'm dying on this hill, guys. That song's ass. Alright, I'm gonna put it on. Because Jadu's being a pussy. He's not gonna cue it up. He doesn't want to own it. Oh, there it is. There it is. The song redeem's being buggy, but there it is. We're just gonna jump straight to it. Unless this is a song that somebody queued up. Oh, it is. Okay, we're gonna wait for this song to end, though. It's done in like 10 seconds. And then we get to listen to this beautiful song that I was, in fact, called a racist for skipping. Because it sucks ass, dude. But we'll see. I'll let you guys be the judge, okay? Is Snack racist? We'll start a poll. Here we go. Shout out to Jadu. I got nothing. I got no words. I got nothing to add, dude. I rest my case. Throw me in racist jail, dude. I'm guilty. The one silver lining to this song is it's only 1 minute and 15 seconds long. But I'm skipping it every time it comes up from now on. Thank you. Thank you, Seimei. I'm exonerated. Snack, how dare you not like that piece of lyrical heaven? I will say I'd listen to Michael Jackson over that, that's for sure. Song request doesn't work as a command, guys. You gotta use the song redeem option in the channel points. Sweet M, you should have known this. I'm dumb. It's okay. It happens. I'm used to Shazi. I see. Well. Fuck. Why can't I draw? What's going on here? Oh, that was weird. I rigged the vote and it's still not going away. I can't believe there's actually a poll for that. Hello, man. It's been a while since I hopped on one of your streams. What up, Black Monolith? How you doing, dog? No, maybe. Okay, whatever, dude. You're all banned. It's not my fault your songs suck, dude. Get good songs. Just arrived home from work. How about you? I'm chilling, dude. I'm chilling. I arrived home from work on Friday, and I don't want to go back tomorrow, but, you know, it is what it is. Guys, what My Little Pony character ship should I do next? Twilight X Applejack or another Fluttershy X Rainbow Dash? Dealer's choice, I think, personally. I feel like the bridge is a little boring. Symphony being a My Little Pony head is not what I expected, I'm not gonna lie. Because I'm cool? That's why. Do I like this ornate bridge? I don't know, dude. It's like too boring. Give the bridge some graffiti. There's no graffiti. It's part of a pre-existing world. There's no graffiti in this world. Well, maybe there is, I guess. Graffiti can exist in any world, but there's no. This is a massive bridge. I just don't find it appealing. I just don't like it, guys. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of want to just like erase it. Don't! You're not the boss of me. Have you used Draw Pile Snack? I have not. You should at least keep it for reference. I don't like it, though. How long did you draw till what you drew could be called passable? I don't know, 3 years? I still don't think a lot of my work is passable, but, you know. To the point where I felt like, you know, I'm like, okay, I'm decent at this. Probably about 3 years. But it's like weird, like it's not like that's not really how it works. The reality is you have moments where you're like I'm terrible at this. I should give up. I'm never going to get good at it. And then that's like 90% of the emotions. And then 10% of the time, you're like, I'm a god. This is the greatest thing anybody's ever drawn. Nobody's ever going to do better than this. I'm perfect. And then the next day you look at it again and you're like, this is ass. Why did I even draw this? This needs to not exist anymore. And that's just the roller coaster of emotions that you're always going to feel. And it's never going to go away. And the sooner you accept that, the more mentally stable you'll feel. Most of the time, I start to want to leave the art altogether and go start a family somewhere in the Caribbean and have a good happy ending. Hey, if you can find that, dude, go for it. I think we're all looking for that. Minus the Caribbean. I'm not a warm climate guy, you know? I want a little bit of winter in my country. What the fuck? Oh, okay. I was like, why is that doing that? It's kind of hard to imagine myself living in a cold place after living in an 80% country. 80% desert country. Oh, okay. The bridge is too clean against the barn. I'd say try giving it some areas that are deterring to break it up. That's sort of how I feel too. It's too ornate. Doesn't feel like it exists in the same world. That's a big problem. There's no stylistic consistency. Oops, that's not what I want to erase. Also feel like the fact that all the lines are hard lines and they're all fully connected and there's no sort of separation between them also sort of ruins the appeal of the bridge. It could be a more interesting design than just a cube here. Yo! It's Lee for Prime. What up, dude? How you doing? I'm fine, man. How are you? I'm good, dude. I'm struggling with environments, but otherwise I'm good. Is Zenti? What up, Snack? Rare Zenti sighting. How's it going, dude? Snag, I'm doing English homework. Boo! But you speak English. I don't get it. You don't gotta do that. Just tell your teacher I say you don't have to. You're finally doing backgrounds? Reluctantly, yeah. I'm gonna come back to rewatch the stream at night when I come back to see the whole process. It's just gonna be about 4 hours of me drawing a pillar, so I don't know how much you want to do it, but... Would you believe me if I told you that my English teacher speaks half-ass English? Oh, I'd believe you, dude. I've been to college. Bro, this song is so freaking long. Guys, try to keep the songs under 5 minutes. Don't tell me what to do. I mean, I could just manually change it so that you can't request songs over 5 minutes. Sorry, it's okay. Don't feel bad. I'm not mad at you. Just disappointed. No, I'm just kidding. Snack, did you ever feel your canvas feels too small even though it's big? Like not everything you want fits inside? Yeah, all the time. Not with this piece. This piece I'm really struggling to actually create things, but... I gotta be looser. I'm trying way too hard to be, like, too deliberate with the shapes, and I think that's why it's feeling a little weird right now. Looked away for like an hour and the boobs are gone? That's right. I don't even know when that happened. They're not permanent. They're redeemed. You can make it come back whenever you want. We're a capitalist channel here, dude. You can spend your points however you want. You're the consumer. You get what you pay for. Just know that there are people in chat who like to hang out and then undo the redeem with another redeem. So there's a chance you just blow your points. But that's a risk. That's a risk everybody takes here. Crystal raindrop in think of you sometime with you, just the two of us. And if we try, just the two of us. The two of us. I'm here for your feeling snack, not for the sexy boobs. Thank you. I feel heard and seen. This and the last song are on my chill playlist. Hell yeah, dude. I'm not. Draw more boobs. I feel like you know what? I should get back into drawing ladies. It's been quite a while since I've drawn ladies. Like, even like all the head drawings I've done, they're like 90% men, you know? Draw opie only. Doesn't that just mean boobs? I love boobs as much as the next guy, but I'm just not a boob artist, you know? It's not my thing. I did at some point try to do some boob stuff. This chick has massive titties. This chick had massive titties. You know? I never finished them, but the idea's there. This is me. With my beautiful, cute smile. I'm more of a navel guy. What a freak. Oops. Funnily enough, I'm not a fan of unrealistically large titties. Everybody's a critic. What are you gonna do? Can't please everyone. Just feels like there needs to be like more here, you know? I also feel like for scale, it's like kind of small. That house is gonna fall with the slightest rain? Possible. Currently drawing a couple OCs. Nice, nice. I have no idea how to draw buildings, bro. This shit's stressing me out. I'm trying to not crash out right now so bad. Already drew one of these couple, but they're so cute I want to make more drawings of them. Do it up. I posted on Discord too. Hell yeah. I'll check it out a bit later. Did you see Nancy's animation? I did. I saw it this morning before streaming. Try something else out here. I want donuts. Me too. What kind of donuts do you guys like? I'm a Boston cream guy personally. I like my shit cream filled. Peach marmalade filled? Damn, you're niche, bro. That's a crazy niche donut. Apple cider donut would be popping right now. All these fruit-filled donuts. These are so niche. I feel like we don't get a lot of those, like, at, like, Tim Hortons and shit. I guess if I went to, like, a specialty place. I ate the Simpsons one from Universal Studios. It was so good. I want to eat it again. Hell yeah. It does look good. Nah. Nah. We need some foreground element, though, you know? Blueberry glazed? I'm not a big blueberry guy. I'm not a big fan of bloobs, you know? What's your favorite fruit? Banana, probably. Probably banana. Okay, let's look at the references again. Are there any foreground elements in any of these? Not really. Landscapes, maybe a little bit. Pomegranate. Pomegranate. Apple cider donuts aren't filled with donut. The apple cider is mixed into the donut dough and it's covered in cinnamon sugar. Oh, okay. I know. Oh, okay. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, we have those. They're like, we call them apple fritter, I think. Is usually what we call them. Unless that's different, but... You could add another cliff, but lower the house. You mean like over here? Why laughing? Because it's pomegranate. But you wrote pomegranate like an explosive, which I thought was funny. In French, it's pomegranate though, so you know you're not too far off. Your sense of humor is old. Yeah, well, old enough for your mom, dude. She doesn't mind. You need a your mom count at this point? We don't need to know how many times I say it. Here it's very much a fair food, and in my town we have a couple vendors that make them and sell them fresh at the fairs. Do you have a lot of fairs where you're at? I feel like I don't think I have a lot of fairs where I'm at. I probably do, I just don't attend them very much. The witch house. I don't even know what this is supposed to be. Maybe like a little random church or something. I don't know. I'm trying to make leading lines the point to the building. Clear this stuff out here. I could do that cleaner. Feel like I need more space around the house. It's like too crowded, you know? I do think the building needs to be bigger, generally speaking. I just don't want it to take up too much room. Ugh, I'm starting to get really frustrated on this. See you next week. Alright, peace out, Symphony. Thanks for swinging by. I'm a dip. Alright, do your thing. I might wrap up stream at like the 3.5 hour mark today, to be honest. I'm feeling a little grumpy. On a Sunday? That's right, on a Sunday. Well, I also have to leave. I gotta shower in like 10 minutes. For what? School? For English class? For job until night, afternoon work? Arf, dude. Gross. Good luck with that, dog. I might just go back to drawing heads for a little bit, just because I feel a little, grumpy on the backgrounds. I'm really struggling here, guys. Someone give me an emotion. A basic emotion, not an extreme scenario where it's like he smelled the third fart of the person that he's told to stop farting 2 times, and I want to see how he reacts to that. Tired? Okay. Confused? Okay. We're gonna go with tired. Dread? I feel like this guy's eyes are in the wrong position here. This like bothers me. What would tired look like? Snack ending stream in 15-minute emotion. Well, you know what? If I end up doing this, maybe I'll go a little longer. It's very mood dependent. I don't want to force myself to stream if I'm feeling grumpy. Okay, if I'm tired, I'm slouched, so my shoulders are gonna be elevated probably. Whoa, 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 Sunday? Hello, what up, Nancy? What do you mean Sunday? I've streamed on Sunday every Sunday for like 2 years. You should know this. Have you actually? Yeah, dude. My stream schedule is Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Always has been. Fake fan? Didn't you have like a 30 stream streak? Fuck. Oh my god. Have I been unaware? I mean, you've literally watched me several Sundays. Multiple Sundays for like months. Cheese Dragon Otter. How you doing over there, Cheese Dragon Otter? I just became aware of Sunday. Huh. Should do it like front on. He's so sad. I don't know what tired looks like. Tired is just like half eyes, right? Like I feel like I don't really know like how to get the tired emoji or not emoji emote. It's just gonna be like sunken like eye bags and baggy eyes. Right. Like a full droopy face almost. Okay. Let's droop his face. He looks sad there. If you're tired, would your eyebrows droop up like this? Or would they be like this? Or would they just be like flat? I feel like they'd just be more flat than anything. I'm good. What about you? I'm good, Cheese Dragon, over there on YouTube. Trying to figure out an emotion right now. I mean, I guess, I don't know if tired is an emotion. Slightly hanging jaw. Eye bags. Drop the ears a little bit, maybe. Like snack on a Friday after a shift is over? Exactly. It's literally me after work. Minus the flat top and the like military look. I'm tired as fuck right now. Yeah, me too, dude. Give him some stubble. Okay, Snack, I have to shower. I don't want to be stinky like NFT. Fair. I wouldn't want to be either, dude. Fuck. I think I need to push things more. Let me just grab my liquefy and see what we can do here. Okay, that's too much. Too much for my software to handle. I got too many tabs open right now. I feel like I gotta lower the mouth even more. Holy lag. Let's go. There we go. Cheekbone needs to be higher. Far eye's a little weird. Needs more of a curvature in the jaw, I think. Or, like, larger, like, masseter muscles here. Feels a little off model. I'm gonna show a little bit more of the top lid, like his lids are really like half open. A little bit more there. I'm gonna raise the lower lid on the other side just because I want to feel like it's a little bit more like he's having a hard time keeping his eyes open, you know? The lower lid's gonna raise up a bit, and this one's gonna flatten out. A little more than that. Too many lines. Cheekbone is a little weird, it's a little off model. There you go. Tired. I just gotta do that. Hair now. Ear. Still think I could push his masseter muscle a little bit more here. I think it's still a little off model. It just doesn't look like he has as big of a jaw. Like, I'm looking at this one. His jaw's fucking massive. I think the ear's out of perspective. I don't think so. I think the ear's good on this one. It's maybe a little bit sticking out, but I want to show that it's, like, droopy, you know? Unless you mean, like, the ear's too far in which case I might agree. I need more space for the master muscle. Bring his brow back. He's got more of like that like gorilla dome brow, you know what I mean? Like where like it goes backwards. I don't know how to draw a gorilla. That's my gorilla, anyways. This man just did in 10 seconds what I did in 3 hours. Heads are like my thing, though, you know? That's what I'm saying. Speed comes based on, like, the experience that you have in a thing. That's why I'm taking 4 hours to draw a pillar on a bridge and 10 minutes to draw a guy doing a sad face. Or a tired face or whatever. That's why I don't think you should really focus on speed. You should really just focus on getting more experience under your belt, for like a specific thing or whatever. Still want to show his shoulders drooping a little more. Do you have a complete drawing that you can show, like, of my work? Yeah, I've got a couple complete ones, I guess. I mean, the rendering I did, like, I mean, these are... Not this. Not this. Where the hell is it? This girl's, like, more or less done. These characters are pretty close to done. I mean, I gotta clean them up and all that stuff, and I gotta do their hands, but otherwise... It's very good, man. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. Can't draw buildings for shit, though. I think I need to start smaller with buildings. Instead of doing these big, like, grand... like landscapes, I think I just need to actually focus on building design and get like a feel for that before I start tackling more bigger projects. That's my hunch. It'll probably be a little bit more mentally tolerable. There you go. Tired. Oh, I forgot its scars. I was like, it looks weird. I think I could droop the head a little bit more. He still seems a little too perky. Okay. I'm gonna just try and design like a building, let's say. His sternocleidomastoids are fucking massive, dude. He looks like Brock Lesnar. Okay, let's do a building here. Zorks, thank you for the follow. Zorks. Do you have a specific architectural style you want to lean towards or want to focus on? Yeah, like a lot of the references I posted here, this is really sort of like the sort of ink wash sort of like inky look is what I would really like. Less stuff like this, more stuff like this. Or this, you know? That's really what I would like. I like the sort of scratchy, rustic, like texture look of like how it's all free-handed, you know? I don't know. I really like that. I feel like it looks nice. That's sort of what I tried to capture here, but I didn't get it as right. Feels very like fantasy folk medieval. Yeah, more or less. That's sort of like the realm I would like to operate in. I should probably thumbnail more when I'm doing big stuff like this, rather than doing like, you know, like this. This was supposed like a thumbnail that I started plotting like the comic, kind of, and this was a thumbnail shot of an establishing shot I wanted to do, but these were the original designs for the characters in the comic, mostly these two guys. Whether I finish it or not, I don't know, dude. Thumbnailing instead of just raw dogging the full drawing? Exactly. Yeah. Like, I really should. Like, I know this stuff. I know I should thumbnail first. I've taken, like, layout and background classes, and I know exactly how it works in, like, industry, you know? So it's like, I don't know why I just jumped into doing it. I got, like, a little cocky and a little confident, maybe. But, it certainly humbled me, so I think I gotta thumbnail more. It's okay, I'm drawing a horse with Air Force Ones on. Nice, dude. You post in the Discord when you're done, I'm curious. Figure out the perspective here. We got a top-down view like this. We got one vanishing point going off that way. Another one kind of going off that way. I guess my VP, where this is a top-down look. So I gotta make sure my VPs are all pointing kind of at least roughly off-screen down below here. I could just add a grid, but... It's a fan art video game, Horsey Game? Is that literally what it's called? It's called Horsey Game? That is literally what it's called. That rules. Which is by and large the ugliest game in an endearing way. But I thought it would be funny to draw a really realistic horse with Air Force Ones. That sounds really challenging, dude. That's another area that I'm like really weak at. Is animals. Human faces, I'm pretty strong at. Animals, you would think, because everybody thinks I'm a furry, but that's my best. That's my best like claim to not being a furry is I have no idea how to draw animals. I don't know how I feel about that one. I feel like I'm just designing the same house as before. It's like a little church, you know? Yellow, hello, what up? What up, Black Knight? Welcome back. I might wrap up at the 4-hour mark today, guys. I said I was going to wrap up at the 3.5-hour mark, but drawing faces cured me of my stress and anxiety around drawing buildings, but now I'm back to drawing buildings. This one's not as torturous because it's not part of a bigger thing, but I do think I need a break today. My shoulder's also a little achy. Was poppin' big snack? Just my shoulders. This boring little house. Post gym session kind of ache or slept on it funny kind of ache? I have a shoulder problem from working out. I used to work out a lot, like excessively, and I gave myself a combination of issues, presumably in my shoulder. I have an X-ray sometime in the next like week or so. Originally, it was a tendinosis diagnosis, which I definitely have tendinosis or had. But that's less of a problem now. I still get these like massive flare-ups whenever I try and do my physio exercises, so I can only train so much before it starts to ache. So I think I've got like a cervical like spine issue. I think I have like a pinched nerve or something. I don't get any like numbness or tingling. I do get tingling if I do like tricep extensions on like a cable machine. Uh, but I don't get like regular tingling. Same if I do push-ups, which I don't really do much of these days. And so it's a weird issue. It's a me thing though. It's not from sleeping funny or whatever. Come on. Hmm. Probably move this, huh? Like kind of encroaching on my sleepy guy here. Heck, after a year of gesture drawings, I think I'm getting the hang of it. Hell yeah, dude. Love to hear it. I like the sort of like cathedral look. I'm gonna switch this over to like a more cathedral-y looking building, you know? The goal with this is not to do anything in particular. It's just to try out different shit. What's a common thing for cathedrals? Let me look up cathedrals real quick. Okay, it looks like it's usually kind of just a block with a bunch of like central pillars and okay. A little bit of that. It's just like pillar central, dude. They're ornate as fuck, too. Cathedrals are so sick. Depends on the cathedral, but Gothic cathedrals are in the shape of crosses. I'm looking at Reims Cathedral right now, which is Gothic architecture. The hardest part about drawing in perspective is doing ellipses, dude. I still, like, I gotta practice doing my ellipses, because I feel like it's, like, one of the things I struggle with the most. Are you critiquing tonight? I'm wrapping up stream, actually, like, pretty much, like, now-ish, so... Not today, but I can catch you next Friday if you're here. Give you a little feedback. Sag. I'm gonna probably watch some videos on how cathedrals are constructed after this. If anybody knows any good educational content on cathedral architecture, let me know. Just because I feel like it helps when you know sort of what the components are. Like, if you know, like, why a certain window is a certain way, or where, like, the different sections are on, like, a building. That stuff really helps, because it helps you sort of, like, ground yourself in the actual, like, architecture and understand why it's structured the way it is. I'm hoping that'll help me anyways. Let me go back to high school and steal the VHSs we watched. The How It's Made. I might be able to find something. I watch videos on masonry carving for the pillars and gargoyles and stuff. Oh shit, well send it to me, dude. Give me a little message. I'm gonna be watching some tutorials on how to draw buildings after this. This is so out of my wheelhouse. It's like brutal. I feel like a fish out of water right now, literally. I feel like there's like shit here, shit here. I'll get it pulled up Discord or Insta, whatever. Dealer's choice. Discord's probably... I probably check Discord more regularly. I don't know. It's pretty even, actually. Surprise me. Alright, I'm gonna look for somebody to raid out to. Do I want to do someone new? Probably not today. I raid PK a lot. Who else could we raid that we haven't raided in a while? Hey, Snack. What up, Chain? We can raid PK's Gaming. Young Khan, we raided him pretty recently. Frog Glasses was in chat yesterday. Let's go raid them. Alright guys, I appreciate everybody coming out, hanging out in the stream. If you want to know when I'm live next, don't forget to join the Discord so you can get live notifications. To do that, you gotta go into the rules section and click the little purple dot to get the live roll. But yeah, and if you want feedback on your work, you know the deal, drop in the critiques channel. And next time I'm live, if you're in chat, we'll go over your work. That's it, guys. I will catch you guys on Friday, which is going to be the next stream. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You guys know the deal. Friday, 5:30 p.m. Eastern. See you there. Thanks for coming out, guys. Bye-bye.